We'll go live. We'll go live when I enter the stage, which I did. That went out of sequence here. It was pretty interesting. Wow, folks, hang on. As Robert Plant was. Oh shit! I gotta get my microphone. My microphone is nowhere near my face. Wow. Okay, that was the last adjustment. Wow. As Robert Plant once said, "Hang on." I actually saw an interview with them. I think it was with Paul Rogers of Bad Company and a couple of other band members of very famous bands. Hey, welcome. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. It's a episode on heart. Hang on, I got too many little nicotine pouches here. It's an episode on heart, the band Heart, and we'll go back to that. So what's occurring here is Will is going to join us, but he is coming back from a meeting he had, and he knew he wouldn't get back at 7. So Will's going to be joining us. And also, what we really hope to do is patch in my friend Mitch from Seattle, who I met on the Alaskan cruise last September, October. And Mitch has a special story about heart. So that's really the hook. That's the hook. And it's cool as shit. It's cool as shit. I won't give it away, but it's really a special story. A hint: Mitch lives in Seattle and is from Seattle and lives in Seattle proper, like outside. I say proper, but outside in between parts to the beach and where he's moved recently. But he's from Seattle, and Heart is from Seattle. And Heart they were from Seattle, and they got their start in Seattle and Vancouver. So that's the connection. So it's really special. Wow. Check. Oh my gosh. I'm going to just have to pull him in because Mitch. Yeah, get your beverage. Hey, get your beverage. Get your beverage because I'm drinking. So I went full on. You're a mass. I knew you'd figure this out. There was one guy that was 72 that isn't tech savvy at all, and I couldn't tell him how to connect, even though I sent him the address. So this is great. So my buddy Mitch, I'm just going to pull you in now, and we'll segue and do kind of a different introduction. But ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mitchell Hines to the please. Wow.
Hey, Phil. Hello down there. You're back there, aren't you? Isn't it up north, down south, out west, and back east? So hello back there. Yeah, how can I get the volume up a little bit?
Yeah. No? So yeah, you guys with the volume, and his wonderful wife Kim and Mitch. I haven't seen you since you left Brevard, trying to see the artist launch.
Yeah. I thought I'd better turn the volume up so we can actually hear you.
You guys, you wired it. You're I can see you perfect. I can hear you perfect. Really cool. Really cool. Wow.
Thank you, dear.
So, folks, over the episodes, really from the start, because when I first started, I had just gotten back from the Alaskan cruise, and I met Mitch, and we exchanged phone numbers, and we were texting pretty quickly, and yeah. And we're talking September. I'll just swag the dates. September 28th to like October 5th or something like that, 3rd, 4th, or 5th. And we were on the Alaskan cruise on Holland America, which turns out to be one of the best ones. And we'll have to make a pinky promise that we won't talk ships until the episode's kind of over, and then we stay on. We say this episode's over, but we're going to keep chatting, and we'll save that for anything like that, for that the true mariner ship design stuff. Mitchell Hines, introduce yourself, please.
Well, thanks, Phil. You've kind of done that, but yeah. So there we were, minding our own business, waiting for the bartender to get back. And he comes back and says, "Who's next?" And at the same instant, Phil and I both point at the young couple on the other side of the bar and said they were here first. And it was just, and then we kind of started grinning at each other because we both said the exact same thing at the same time, going, "No, they were first." And then I noticed his Artemis t-shirt and went, "Oh my God, this guy he's got something to do with NASA." And then we had the most delightful week because Phil was interested in what makes a ship work. And I'm very interested in everything he does and always have been a space nut. Wow. Geez, what a fast and wonderful week. It's just of all the kismet things, of all the people to meet on a cruise.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Oh yeah, we'll have to stay in touch." You always say, "Oh, we'll have to stay in touch." Well, this time we did. And going down to visit him for the launch that didn't happen was just an absolute delight.
We did. So we did on the ship everything Mitch said. That's how we met. So we've been in touch extensively. And I said, and actually, Mitch, when we were still on the ship, I said, "Come for the Artemis launch. Come for the Artemis launch. It's at that point, it was in April or whatever. Come." And we said that like in October when we were parting. And it got closer. And I said, "Hey, and I was keeping you posted on progress of what's happening." Perfect. It really is cool. I said, I was keeping him informed text wise on the progress of getting close to the countdown and how it was going, because it can scrub before it begins. And so in that period of time, February probably, Mitch just booked this trip. He booked it for Cocoa Beach and St. Augustine, and it centered right around the launch of Artemis 2. And then we came to realize, hey, there's an issue, and they're not gonna. Close, like the week before they were ready to go. They're ready to come. There was an announcement like, hey, this is going to slip a bit, and the launch likely is not going to happen on the day we thought. And Mitch said, "Fuck it, I'm coming. I'm coming anyway. Fuck it, we're coming anyway. I'll let you go."
Careful how you phrase that, Phil.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, he said, "Screw it. We're going to go on this trip anyway," because they wanted to see Florida. But take it away. Wow.
Well, I've been with the podcast since your very first one, and sometimes I get to hear what's coming up on the next show, and Phil kind of bounces it off of me a little bit.
I do.
And then he said, "I'm going to do an issue on heart."
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, my thing, I don't know how you could be from Washington and just not love heart.
Right. Right.
And one thing to another, I said, Phil, I actually have, it's really short and maybe not that interesting, but I got to see Heart when they were still a tavern band.
Yes. Hey, Mitch, I'm going to cut you off because we're not in the feature section yet, and we're gonna save that for the feature. So you'll have to hear some BS in the meantime.
Well, I'm all ears.
Cool, perfect. So, but anyway, your guys' visit here in Florida, maybe brief that. Give a bullet point thing on Cocoa Beach. You're right in front of the pier at the perfect hotel. It's Mitch, I'd never been in that hotel, and when it was built, I remember when it was built, and I said, "Damn, that would be cool as shit to stay there." And that's where you guys were staying. So take it away.
It would have been just absolutely perfect if there'd have been a launch. We could have been on our own little patio with, but yeah. And we got to Florida, and it was way colder than Washington. You guys got that snap the beginning of February, and
it got cold, and you're like, damn it, that was
they were. I think that part of it wasn't just the helium; it was the temperature that was part of the launch delay. I think.
It did.
So, but being a good Washington boy, I always travel with some wool. It's very nice. And a couple days later, when we got to St. Augustine, it was just absolutely perfect. 70-some with a light breeze, and how can you not like St. Augustine?
So Mitch, this was the first time for you on the east coast of Florida, I think, and these are the first time you saw St. Augustine, I think.
I did in Orlando in like 2015, but that was a very short and sort of a business trip.
Gotcha. But you didn't see St. Augustine.
Oh no.
Gotcha.
No, the oldest settlement in the country. That place is just special.
Hey, I'm gonna take a wild ass swag here. Well, I'm the oldest city that was built, and that was the oldest city in America. It was and the numbers are rough here, but it's approximately 1580. And let me say, I think 1580 was Pedro Menendez, but who was the main guy that landed there first, that really started it all? And I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on that.
Well, me either, because the docent at the fort was just so good.
Staying in the fort.
And how much of the history is Spanish history, not, we don't get much of that, because it was all the Spanish guys' history.
It was the name I'm thinking of was some so-and-so in the Fountain of Youth.
Oh, Ponce, Uncle Ponce.
De Leon. It's all Ponce. Yeah. He's the main guy. And I'm sorry, I just drew a blank. Menendez was stuck in my head, but yeah. Wow.
No, I just still get a kick out of the guy.
You take that history in, and you're a history buff, but keep going.
Well, I can't believe the fun story. The British guy who came down from what they call, the Carolina thing, and said, I'm going to lay siege to this fort, and we're going to run those guys out of there in their heavy wool coats and in July. Really, that's as smart as attacking Russia in the middle of winter. That's just dumb. And he got his butt kicked and got sent packing and wasn't ready. Can you imagine Phil being so stupid? And like the guy said, you had the heat, the humidity, the malaria, the mosquitoes, and some just plain old hunger. Like, what a great idea. And the local guys, because of the moat around the fort, they just gather up all the cattle and bring them right down to the fort, and everybody got along fine.
Yeah.
Then they burn the city again,
Yeah. It definitely burned.
That poor city's started over so many times. I'd have gotten discouraged.
3 times at least. Oh my goodness gracious. So it turns out Mitch is quite well read. He's very well read, and he's a history buff. And his specialty is geology and how the Earth kind of was formed and what occurred between 5 billion years ago and to now. Is that accurate?
That is so completely wrong, but I love the sound of it, so I'm not going to correct you.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. This is Mitch. This is absolutely perfect. Pete will be. I'm sorry. Will be joining us, and there'll be a Pete Martin segment here later on guitar. But actually, Pete, I know Pete's on right now. I'm more inclined, Pete, to just play your video of the Scorpions later. Dude, that fucking rock. I saw it last night. You go, Bill, check this video out. And it's Pete. Pete's been putting stuff up on YouTube for a long time, and mostly instructional. Let me take it back. It's all instructional. It tells you how to play a song, and you'll see it, and it's a Scorpion song, and we'll check it out. But so hang tight, Pete. But wow, yeah. So back to where we were. I say we step off.
I can't see who's here. I don't see the comments. I don't see. Is anybody the normal folks here?
I know Will can see the comments, but and anybody on, I think, can see them. You have to somewhere to your right should be comments, but on YouTube it's probably down below. It's just below the screen broadcast, and I think there's a comments thing. I think for if it's live YouTube. I've never seen this live on YouTube. I'm looking at the StreamYard.
Oh.
I'm looking at the streaming service screen. I only can see the YouTube version, which is the same version, exactly everything. It's just a copy, it's recorded. Yeah. I only see those. I only see the episode the next morning or the next day or the next other day, the next day when I pull it up on YouTube. So I don't know what it looks like. It's down below. The next day when I pull up down below.
Okay, Phil. We've got Thicker Kicker JB. We've got Pete Guitar Martin. We've got YouTube Police 29.
We do.
There's a delay between my phone and the computer.
The delay is funny. The audio was coming. You turn the volume down. The audio is coming over. Mitch, this would be like a cool joke. The audio was coming over your phone on the broadcast, and it was delayed like 2 or 3 seconds. And I'm like, well, that's a distance from Florida where I am at to Seattle where you're at. There's a delay, of course.
Fiber optics are good, but
fiber optics are really good. Oh my gosh. Yeah, folks, the reason you can get stuff instantaneously once your signal gets to you, and then you're trying to communicate with somebody in the United States. The reason that communication is so efficient and so quick and sometimes seamless that you don't notice any delay. It's fiber optic cable that they put in like 25 years ago. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, we have so I got to pay attention to the comments. Usually Will's following them, but and you've heard me say that like 6,000 times. Power Slave. So later on, Pete Martin, Pete will be towards the end. We're gonna play a instructional video of Pete Martin doing Power Slave by Iron Maiden. I said Scorpions, and I get that wrong every time. It's Power Slave by Iron Maiden. And it's phenomenal. I saw it last night for the first time. I'm like, holy shit, this is good. Pete, he's a great instructor. You'll see. So, but we got Pete, YouTube Police. I like that. Yeah, it shows 3 live right now, but interestingly, like my here's what happens. like my son and daughter-in-law and my two beautiful grandchildren up in Annapolis, Maryland, they'll put it on the big screen. They have a cool big screen at their house, and they'll put it up there, and the kids are romping around, and they're watching, and then they're still futzing around. They're finishing dinner, they're doing stuff, but it's on, and one of them will go, "It's granddaddy." It's so unbelievable. But anyway, who else is on? But anyway, so that's it. We got Mitch, Pete, and if there's third, I can't. And so sometimes, what happens? I figured out what happens with YouTube. Excuse me. On these podcasts, in the comments, what shows up is what YouTube assigns as their name. So it's probably a name that they have, and it's at at YouTube Police 29 is one of them. That's one of them, and I'm not sure who that is. I like the Scorpions. Who is YouTube Police 29? And then Pete Martin is at Pete Martin 10. But anyway, real time, I think, or not real time, but YouTube assigns that person a at so. That's how they identify, and that's what shows up in the comment. So oftentimes I have no idea who it is because they could write Spastic 13. And you're like, I don't know what Spastic 13 is. So I'm going to take a short break on the talk, and so we did that, Mitch, and then you came down, and so now I'm planning a trip. We're planning a trip to try to see them in Seattle, and it hasn't been planned yet, but it's in the background here as far as
it's in the Brave Words from the Garage department.
Check it out.
Brave Words from the Garage.
Mitch,
good intentions.
Brave Words from the Garage. So Mitch is a master, and Pete's going to get a kick out of that because I'm into quotes, and I've written some of Mitch's down. Brave from the Garage. Yeah. Because it got a little sketchy patch of weather just recently, but it's going to clear by Friday. I understood. We talked together today, setting this shit up. Cool. Oh yeah. My gosh. So Mitch, I'm going to jump into the intro of the show Heart. First, I'm going to show you guys a picture of them. And sometimes the images, sometimes it comes out well, and sometimes they don't, and we just go with it. The ones on the phone don't come out well at all because of the lighting. The lights feed back on each other, and it's all glaring and shit. But I got this today. This would have been approximately 85. Yeah. And this is so. Let me preface this with Mitch. All the younger people in my group, and all these kids, and these wonderful kids, and Will and Joey, and all of them, they don't know much about Heart. They don't know much about the bands from the 70s and 80s. They really don't, and they love to hear about it.
Well, why would you? You know?
Yeah. So this is Heart. Heart is the introduction is Ann and Nancy Wilson from Seattle, Washington. And they essentially started in Seattle, Washington as probably doing high school gigs, then did bar gigs that Mitch saw, and then went on to record their first record that had two big hits on it that pretty much blew them. They just rose out of the ground and on a platform that was FM radio, and America loved them instantly. So that's a good introduction. But here's Ann. She's the singer. Ann Wilson is the singer, and with this incredible voice that's just it's so powerful. And we'll go into a little analysis of Ann and Nancy playing and their music abilities in a bit. I'll go chronological, but Ann's the singer, and Nancy is, so they're sisters, Ann and Nancy Wilson. Ann lead vocals, doesn't play any instruments by and large, and Nancy is her sister, and they harmonize. Nancy's the what would be the harmony vocals to her lead sister's vocals. And so consequently, they've been singing together probably since they were like 8 years old. So picture now, they're doing records, when they're 20, and it's magic. It's freaking magic. Their vocals are magic. And then Nancy is a guitarist and an incredible freaking guitarist. And in their first half of their career, that stemmed back to 77 or whenever the first albums came out. First half of it, she was very rhythm and mostly acoustic. And so she was one of the finest, and still is to this day, one of the finest acoustic guitarists in rock and roll that has ever lived in the United States. Hands down. I'm out there on the porch, hearing it on the way home. Heard it last night. I've been binging those first 4 records, and binging and spotting and checking and jumping and jumping to the next one and writing notes down about some titles that we're going to talk about on some of these records. And it is astounding. Nancy was a true on acoustic guitar. You could put her up there with like Paul Rogers from Bad Company, at that level. It's immense. It's and just together, that's the two of them. And then they have this incredible band that I'm not going to go into. We're going to focus on Hart and the sisters. I will mention the name of Denny Carmasy, the drummer, because I can't help it. But anyway, so here's Ann. This is a black and white of Ann. This is back in 85-ish. It looks a little earlier than that, but it was in the 80s. It was be the early 80s. That's wonderful. Ann. And the look on her face, that's Ann, like belting it out like you wouldn't believe. And then here's her wonderful sister Nancy with this incredible fucking shot. Let me try to get that in there. Here, let me.
Phil, excuse me. I always thought that Ann was the blonde and Nancy was the brunette.
No, it's opposite. It's opposite. I promise you. But Mitch, you're going back to like 76 or 75 before they did their first record. So no wonder you would get them mixed up.
I mean, one of them's always been blonde and the other one's always been brunette.
Yeah. So this is Nancy. She's a guitarist doing this wild split thing, playing acoustic guitar live on stage. And it probably in the same song, this is her sister fucking singing the fucking song, probably off of Dreamboat Annie, probably early days. So yeah. So anyway, God, they're fantastic. I haven't been this excited for an episode since Genesis, where I'm going to relive my past that I haven't revisited really since college days. And it's the same with Hart. And my goodness gracious. Let me get the main thing here. I think I have the main thing. I do. Okay, those are extra. Keep the phone out. And we could take a little break as far as breathing. Oh, I have one more picture. I'll filter that in here in a second. But let me get the intro. Here's what the main sheet looks like. So Mitch, the main sheet,
sticky pads. Sticky pads are good.
Sticky pads and color codes. This is what guides me to sheet A, sheet B, and other things. And then this one's I did that on the porch probably a half hour ago. That was some of the reason why I love them so much. Eric and I listening to them. Wow, that was. I'm going to kind of just forego the show structure intro, shoot the shit, and feature, because we kind of went from intro to
Do we need to kill time and look for Will?
I didn't see him. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Oh my god, it's working out. Oh, look at, he jumped off. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did that on purpose. Like, oh, they see me. Hang on, I gotta take a piss. And Will, you need to come back because I need the first quick break, and you could talk to Mitch and get acquainted, and then we'll jump into the good stuff. And we'll do show your shirts. So Mitch, I can tell the crowd now while we're waiting for Will to come back. Hang on.
Cheers.
So Mitch, because I knew you were going to be on, and because of the cruise and how we met, I've immersed myself here in the spot, in the moment of the cruise. I'm drinking Malbec, and so my go-to wine on the ship. They heard it in the earlier episodes because we had just done the cruise. I'm drinking Malbec from Argentina, and which is what I was drinking on the boat. And then Mitch showed my shirt, and I'll show your shirt. It's Red Dog Saloon.
Oh, good for you, Phil.
Juneau, Alaska. So
you
it
know,
was the theme.
One of Alaska's worthwhile tourist traps. It's
but
it's really been. It hasn't changed for anybody for a long. I mean, that place doesn't change. It's a sawdust floor and and guns on the wall and just and expensive beer, but that's life. It's worth it.
The place, truly, the Red Dog Saloon. So on this cruise, usually the first destination is Juneau because it's first geographically, and really there's things to do there, and we didn't do any excursions. We just wanted to check Juneau. Well, I take that back. We did the bike ride, and I'm not going to go into that. And it was huge. It was freaking crazy. But the Red Dog Saloon, they say, hey, there's this really cool, famous bar, Red Dog Saloon. You got to go. And of course, as you're walking off the dock, and then you get on the little roadway, but it's just walking only. It's car traffic, and they feed you right into town. And you're walking, and it's not that far. It's a quarter of a mile or something. Boom, here's fucking Juneau, Alaska, kind of central. And you're looking at these buildings that are always, the little towns are always set up where the ships come in at sea level or whatever. And then, boom, the roads are above that, of course. And then always these little towns are built typically on the edge of a small little mountain, a small granite rock mountain, and you can if you get far enough back and you take a picture of that, you capture all of that. And but anyway, one of the first things is you coming in and there's shops and tourist trap, like you said. But one of the first establishments there on the left is Red Dog Saloon. Man, it was so fun. Hey, Mitch, sometime we'll do a second one of these with you where you tell stories, and one of them be your story. Well, or maybe not. Yeah, okay.
Volunteer me.
Sometimes I catch myself. So I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Carrying on. But anyway, that was more of the Alaska. When Will comes back, I will take a restroom break. So intro, the Wilson sisters, Ann and Nancy. So here's another picture to get the gist. So shortly after they got going, there was the whole, if you picture 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 77 to 80. There was this look in rock and roll is the glam look. And so and I'm going to show you this, and it says it on the sheet with this picture of them at the time. It's Nancy Wilson saying, Heart made hairband music for survival reasons. In other words, like, hey, if we're going to, because they had just come out with this beautiful stuff, and then that 77 plus thing kicked in with the image and the look, and in 79 TV started with the videos and the hair and you had the escort, you had the hair bands, basically the hair bands, the rock bands, the hair bands, mostly guys, all guys, great bands, really great bands. But here's their version of that. And Nancy's quote is, Heart made hairband music for survival reasons. This is like epic. I saw this and I'm like, I have got to fucking take a picture of that.
Oh, I remember those days.
Yeah. And yeah, look at Nancy. Look at Nancy. Yeah.
Wow.
And Ann killing it, with the Ann's the brunette, Ann's the black hair, and Nancy blonde hair. And of course, that's sort of when they were thin and freaking cooking, but they kept cooking. The deal with them, they kept cooking, and generally speaking, to this day, they're still cooking. They did the Kennedy Center honors.
Mm-hmm.
They did the Kennedy Center honors. It could be as far back as 2012. I thought I saw a date on that because I came across it today. They did the Kennedy Center honors. They were Led Zeppelin was getting honored in the first Obama administration. Led Zeppelin was getting honored at the Kennedy Center. So all the three remaining live guys were there: Page, Jonesy, and Plant. They're sitting together, and so the feature of the whole night, the ending of it, and the feature was Heart coming out, Ann and Nancy and Heart, and
see it.
with the you got to see it. Oh my gosh!
No, I have.
Oh yeah. Okay, I knew you would have. Yeah.
It's very. They brought tears to their eyes. They had them crying in the aisles.
Yeah.
Those girls know how to sing to the back of the room, and they can blow the doors off of any room.
Yeah.
And they don't need microphones. They
Right.
know how to sing to the back of the room.
And we're going to hear that story. We're going to hear that. I can't wait to hear that again. I just can't wait to hear it again because I love every detail. We'll cover more into about like, hey, you got to dig in and really find out where this was and what was happening. And you've done that since he did his homework. But anyway, Alaska, Juneau, Heart. So anyway, let me stick to the sheet here. What happened? I start freelancing and I forget, and it's I go to sheet A. I go to sheet A. Oh yeah. It's a connection to Zeppelin. So they had done that. This is a connection to Zeppelin, and so it turns out that the media even compared them with Zeppelin, like a U.S. version of Zeppelin. The media did that, Cream magazine and all those things, and they kind of like. But it turns out they're their best and favorite band in the world ever. Like mine is Led Zeppelin. So here's a list of Zeppelin covers they have done live, and I'm gonna read them off. But I'm just showing you that it does exist.
Yeah, I can't read that.
No, I don't expect you to. It's too small. I'm gonna just kind of blast through it. I'm disappointed in my co-pilot Will, because I was hoping to take a little pee-pee break. I kind of need to do that. Mitch, is there anything you can cover like in 30 seconds that it can be off topic also? You could talk about where you move from and to, but you don't give address.
Mr. Chairman, I call for a 3-minute recess under Rule 2, Article 4. Then,
Yeah.
and anybody else who wants to go grab a cocktail or refresh themselves in any shape or form, I say, Phil, can you be back in 3 minutes?
I can be back in 45 seconds.
Okay, start the clock. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Well, Mr. Chairman, I call for a recess. And, 3 minutes.
Are you confident? Did you just sit there and do a bunch of bong hits? I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. Are you having an attack? You could be having an allergy. Well, I have to check on my buddy here. I don't know really what's occurring. All right. Mitch, you're fine. I'm back on. And I hope you're fine. We'll give him a chance to recover here. Yeah, sorry. I didn't know that was not going well. Well, super. Assuming Mitch is okay. I'm gonna go ahead and cover what. So Hart had this crazy fondness for Zepp, and it came out in their sound and in the sound production and in the recording and the recording engineering. They, for example, Denny Carmassy's drums. He's a drummer for Hart that I saw live in '81. We'll talk about that. But Denny Carmassy's drum sound, it's so obvious. I don't know this for a fact, and I never read it, but just listening to the records when they do the heavier rock songs, which is mostly, it's half and half really. But when they do the heavy rock songs, Denny Carmassy's drums sound like John Bonham's drums. They're recorded like John Bonham's drums, and I think there was at least one instance. I'm on the edge here as far as this description, but I think there was at least one example, one record, where they actually said, we want Denny Carmassy to sound like John Bonham so much on drums that they got one of the recording engineers that recorded Zeppelin records. And I think that was a real thing. I think that actually happened. So that's how much they were into them. And man, any of the songs. But anyway, here's the Zeppelin songs that Hart has covered over their years since they started. They probably did others like not recorded. Like, hey, let's do something off of fucking Physical Graffiti. Let's just give that a shot. And I'm sure they did that a bunch because they could do it. They were so good. Every person in the band was talented and gifted, just great players. And like I said, when they first came out, they were compared like, oh wow, is this America's Led Zeppelin? That was actually in the publications in Cream magazine. But anyway, I do need better light in here. I don't remember it until I get on every night and I go, gosh, I need light. I need like one little light behind me, like a soft light. But the Zeppelin songs, key Zeppelin songs covered by Heat. by heart. Sorry. Maybe you can shut this door. I'll shut it. Sorry. It's perfect segue before I started reading the okay. All right. Songs that Heart covered live as Heart doing Zeppelin covers: Stairway to Heaven, Black Dog, The Battle of Evermore, Misty Mountain Hop, The Rain Song, and this is their main one, Rock and Roll. So, been a lot, the Zeppelin songs. So they were famous. Mitch, are we okay?
I'm petting Jake.
Okay.
It's Jake the dog.
Jake. He's beautiful. I've never seen his dog before. Oh my God.
He's
Wow.
he's kind of a brat, but he's such a cheerful sinner that you just can't ever be mad at him. He's a wonderful little dog.
Wow. Super cool. So Mitch, did you hear the list?
Yes.
Okay. But culminating in the song Rock and Roll is last on this list. And here's why. Generally speaking, and when I saw them in Lakeland in 1981, they do their show, they come back and do an encore, and they come out with Rock and Roll by Led Zeppelin. And they would do that. They did it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. And that's what I saw. That's what we saw, Eric and the gang. And it's phenomenal. It's full on because they've done it so much and they love Zeppelin so much. And it's Ann Wilson being able to belt this female version of a young Plant, and because her vocal is just undeniable. And we're gonna name.
It's more than just that.
Yeah. And I'm gonna list a bunch of songs later on her vocals, and then talk about Nancy's acoustic guitar playing. But yeah. So anyway, you heard the list: Black Dog, Misty Mountain Hop, Rain Song, Rock and Roll, Stairway to Heaven, and several of those, about half of them, 3 of them, are what they did at the Kennedy Center honors when Zeppelin was getting honored. And so, like you said, they Plant, Page, and John Paul Jones. And the one that was really tearing up was Robert Plant. He couldn't get over it. And likely Page at some point. Jonesy is just too cool for words. He's like, hey, this is fantastic, and I love this tribute. But man, I remember recording in London in 1967 as a bass player and sound engineer. So yeah, that's the connection to Zepp. Boy, I really drug it out, but it meant a lot. It was. One of the other things I wanted to mention was so Mitch, you'll appreciate this, and we touched on it already, but the sisters, Ann's vocals. I wrote down Ann's lead vocals and just her vocals, period. I have got a description of that I was still jotting stuff down quarter till 7. It's here. God. Ann's vocals, and I'm going to add a little, just a taste of music theory as far as the analysis of her vocals rhythmically. But Ann's voice, and when I cover the songs in a little bit, just pick out one and just listen to it, or just and some of the people, the youngsters, they're not real familiar with Heart, but like the guys all knew Crazy on You, which is one of their biggest hits off their first record. Yeah. And so they knew that.
Beautiful sample of their voices. It's got good range. The girls are belting it out.
Totally. And Nancy just killing guitar, and we'll cover that history. But Ann's. So what I wrote down is Ann's phrasing rhythmically. So phrasing. So in music, there's it's usually 4/4, and 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, but whatever tempo it's at. Phrasing means where the musician, whether it's a sax player in a concert band, in an orchestra, or the vocalist, or the guitarist, or any one of them, even the drummer, phrasing is where they put things, where they put. I'm going to wait till uh, two and a half. I'm gonna come in on my vocal on 2.5 of a 1 2 3 4 measure. I'm gonna wait till 2.5 to start it, and I'm gonna end on the end of the 1 on the next measure. That's phrasing. You can do it. There's melodic phrasing and there's rhythmic phrasing. But
true. Because in my theory class, we had phrasing. See, you could play the violin endlessly because you can breathe while you're doing it. Phrasing went to the singing, where even the biggest singer has to stop and take a breath. So all of the music, it would either swell to cover the fact the singer was taking a breath, or there'd be a pause where everybody took a breath.
Yeah.
His phrasing was, how long can you go? How many bars can you go before you take a breath?
Yeah. Yes.
But her phrasing, well, first of all, these girls have unbelievable wind. They can sing at good force for seconds and seconds and seconds and not waver and not,
never waver.
They
never. Never.
Well, I don't know. You can tell I'm kind of a fan of these folks because
you are a fan.
Because they're from the backyard. They're Washington people.
Yeah.
And we've had some others. They were Bellingham band a lot. The girls, I believe, started out somewhere on the east side of Lake Washington. I don't know if Bellevue, Kirkland, somewhere normal. Yeah. And well, back then they were just normal neighborhoods. Now they're pretty upscale.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there was some connection with Bellingham.
Yeah.
And they were a Bellingham band for a while. And, back then, the only music I was hearing was from the other practice rooms, in the music department when you could get a practice room. And really, my whole life was trying to be a music major. And I'm not out there listening to music like you are every weekend. I didn't know what was going on.
Right.
But then my friend says, "Hey, we're going up to Vancouver."
Yeah.
To hear this band.
Here's the story.
And they're really good. And I said, yeah, wonderful. And they said, and the singers are sisters and they're beautiful.
Wow.
And I got in the car. Right. Got in the car. And the school is it's like 35 minutes up to the border, another 30 minutes, into Vancouver.
Yeah.
Well, back then it was. Now it's like 2 hours trying to get from the border into Vancouver.
Right.
We went up to Oil Can Harry's.
So say that again.
Oil Can Harry's.
And so Mitch, you're in Vancouver. Say went across the border because there was this cool band that the word was spreading.
No, we just got in the car and went up to this club.
But it's in Vancouver. It's in Vancouver.
Yeah.
And so what's the name of the place again? And I'll stop.
Oil Can Harry's.
Oil Can Harry's, a bar in Vancouver. Go.
Well, it was a music club. It was a scene. It was a happening.
Yeah.
It had 3 floors, and there could be a tango band on one floor, a private party on the, and Hart had the main floor. Mm-hmm. Which was really very big, and that night there was hardly anybody there to see him.
Mm-hmm.
But back to what you were saying, and look, they're doing a nice job. They're singing their songs, and they're belting them out with gusto. And the girls are so beautiful that as a college guy, you can't just help but be
mesmerized.
And you've got beer. I mean, you're in Canada.
Yeah.
It's a patriotic thing to do. And
Perfect.
well, they did a Led Zeppelin medley, like to wrap up their big wrap up before the break.
Gosh, wow. Oh man.
And see, I'm not a huge Led Zeppelin fan at this point. You know,
Right.
there's so much music going on, but I'm still catching on to guys like Steely Dan and folks that I might be able to imitate with a saxophone or, you know, this,
Right.
but they did this Led Zeppelin medley that to me was so much better than Led Zeppelin could ever do.
Wow.
Because the guys are singing in falsetto.
Yeah.
These girls, and they're singing full voice, like I said, to the back of the room.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
And if there was a candle on my table, it would have been flickering. You know, these girls.
Wow.
It was unbelievable experience. And also the room was pretty nice acoustically.
Yeah.
It was just delightful.
Oh my gosh.
And they actually came over to the table, said hi, both of them.
Wow.
And, you know, Terry and Bob Wojciechowski, the Painless Pole, I just sat there with my beer and didn't say a word, but it was very nice of them to come over and mingle with the crowd. And they went around and talked to some of the other tables. And they were just an all pro tavern band at that point. And
yeah.
I went home thinking, wow, that was worth the effort, you know. Well, then it wasn't just a little while later, and they actually come out with Dreamboat Annie.
Right. So Mitch, if I could just for 1 second stop you there. So Mitch described seeing Heart at a bar, Oil Can Harry's in Vancouver, Canada, before Dreamboat Annie came out, before their first record came out. That's the clincher. That's what's so effing cool. Oh my God, keep going. But this is before the release of Dreamboat Annie. So they were doing all that material. And so Mitch, the last 2.5 days, I've been listening to the first 4 records. Dreamboat Annie, Little Queen, Magazine, and Dog and Butterfly. I've been listening to that shit incessantly since Sunday, you know. And not only that, but boy, I'm getting my dosage. And I've heard them all. I've cried on the patio listening to some of the most beautiful songs you will ever hear off of Dreamboat Annie, and really off of the first 4. You will hear the most beautiful songs you've ever heard that aren't heavy, edgy rock. That's acoustic bass guitar. Acoustic guitar based, and with Ann singing, and then incoming from yeah. But so
I
anyway.
think you might agree with me that you can feel a direct connection between the style they developed there.
Yeah.
And the early beginnings of the Seattle grunge. I mean, these are all kids that went to the same junior high and high schools.
Yeah.
You know, these are all the same kids that are sneaking in the back door of some clubs to hear a band. You know?
Yeah. Mitch, incredibly interesting parallel thesis statement. I want to say I hope somebody in the Washington area in college in the music department and graduating with the music degree, one of their big papers was, hey, here's a comparison of Heart with the Heart's progression in music and rock and roll, and as similar to grunge. Oh my God. It's like a thesis, you know. That's
okay. Well, good. If somebody's already written a paper on it, then
I just listened to damn near their whole catalog.
Then we're gold. Right?
I would agree.
I would go read it.
Wow. I'll let somebody else write that.
Phil, you still got work to do. We're trying to go back to the moon. You've got to keep up your part of the good work.
Hey, Mitch, we're up to 4 people, and so we're up to 4, and that's all. So I have to say, I usually do a little section at the beginning of the, and I'll do a little bit of it right now. It's kind of this is a intermission from the feature to talk about stuff. The previous episode with that crazy fun guy that Mitch knows, or that Will knows, that does the rap stuff, and that episode was fantastic.
Oh, I saw it. Yes, I saw
that. Yeah. Let me go back to that sheet because I want to pay. I always thank whoever was on before. Always. Mm-hmm. So it was hopefully. Nick, it's Nick, and his last name doesn't matter. Nick Myron, I think is his last name. We did episode 21, and Nick Myron, who's a friend of Will's, it turns out he's like a rapper. And I had no idea. I hung out with the guy a whole night in Sanford, and that never came up. So I didn't even know that. And it was a surprise. Mitch, if you recall, one of the fun things with episode 21 was I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what the content was. And at work, Will and I worked
and I certainly was. I didn't either. Just along for the ride. I have no.
Yeah.
I don't know that we had some disc jockeys here in Seattle that would do a thing with, and they'd burst into song going, "Rap isn't music," you know.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then they'd make fun of some rap song. It was right.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know. Rap had a hard start in Seattle, from what I remember. I certainly didn't care about it. And
hey, Mitch, I love you to death, but we can't segue onto rap. We have to stick with kind of the center lane here. But thank you. That's
go sideways there, didn't I?
It just means we need a second show on other stuff you've checked out in Seattle over, I think, several decades. Is that true?
Several, yes, several. That's such a nice. Phil, you're such a sweetheart. You put it so gently. Several, yes.
Yeah. Hey, this is the time. So this is like basically the shoot the shit section. I'm kind of interjecting into this moment because it just seemed right to take a little break from the heart, the insane heart material, and there's more coming up. With the feature, the feature of the whole show was the story Mitch just told of him. So Kim asked a question. This is the rap and shoot the shit section. She asked, when was that? What approximate year was that you saw them in that club?
Oh, it was 75, spring of 75.
75. That makes total sense. Like Dreamboat Annie came out 76, I think. Makes total sense. You would have seen like every song from Dreamboat Annie. Oh my God.
Well, there were a few of them.
I listened to the whole record yesterday, start to finish.
You know, the long guitar intro with all the harmonics, and then they take you into Crazy on You.
Crazy on You, yeah.
You know, that was really powerful, and they were still refining it back then, but she was playing it, you know.
Oh my gosh.
That
is so insane. I did
it was just wild to see.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'd known some good guitar players, you know, but it was the first time that there was a small dance floor between our table and their stage, right? So you could really see their hands. I mean, you could really see
Was
what
it
everybody was doing. And I'm,
was it
kind
loud?
of a band guy, so I'm really trying to study what they're doing.
Yeah, yeah.
Is I wish I could tell you that I knew they were playing Ludwig's. I wish I knew a drum thingy from that evening, but I
Right.
don't.
Right.
I don't.
Right.
You know.
It's quite possible. So Denny Carmes. So Mitch, you were right. The drummer that started them was not Denny Carmesy. It was a guy named Shane something, and I'm not familiar with him because I only know really from the records on that was Denny Carmesy that I saw in '81. So fast forward, everybody, I saw him in '81 in Lakeland. I'll talk about that later. I want Mitch to keep free floating over this. Yeah.
No, yeah, much
Mass.
better if you talk.
Kip. It's much better if you talk. Hey, it turns out you're as funny as Will. So fuck it. Those guys are crazy. Will and Joey. Like, hey, you're as good as Will. With the banter back and forth, we have a good rhythm going.
Well, I'm missing Will because
You're not here. I don't know what to say.
I was looking forward to ganging up on you with Will. We were going to work when you were making your head call. We were going to work out a secret agreement, like secret on the internet agreement of how we were going to pick on you or do something, right? But no, he doesn't show up, so I can't have my tricky plan.
Yeah.
So, well, Will, where are you?
Yeah, yeah. He was backstage for about 20 seconds and then he bopped off. And he's like, those guys, here's what I think he's thinking. Those guys got it. This is going really well. I see what's going on. I'm going to go. He's either grilling something or gaming. He's either grilling or gaming or he's asleep.
Or
that is his life. And in work, of course. Right?
Yeah, well, good.
In work, of course.
I'll tell you what, though. If I had to choose between you and a proper Southern grill, I think I'd be out in the back patio eating.
Right. Got some ribs, some smoked ribs or something. Yeah.
Well, when you see Will at work,
okay, Pete, thank you.
Give him hell for me because
yeah.
Pete, I was counting on him for some support here.
So I want to say in the comments, Kim's still on with us, but Pete's on. Mitch,
Hi, Pete.
He has Pete, meet Mitch, and you guys. Musically, we could.
Is this the Pete that was on a couple episodes?
Or three of us could talk for there. He has a question.
Yeah.
He said, "Hi, Mitch. I have a Heart Stories question for Mitch. So, Pete, ask your question." Will is Kim? Oh, that's fucking with me. Either Kim's fucking with you or Will's fucking with you. I don't know. I'm sure which one. Wow. Then that stuff goes sideways sometimes. I'm like, is Kim Will and Will is Kim on their address? I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm going to hang in there and I'm going to keep this together. I'm going to keep this together. I said Will is off rapping. Oh, classic. Kim said Will's off rapping with his buddy Nick. There you go. Like that could be the percentage would be like 10% chance that could happen, but it could happen. Kim, thank you. But anyway, so we'll jump back into the thing. I thought Will was going. Will, fuck you, dude. I love you to death, but fuck you. You're not here, and this is going well.
Phil, you know what this means, though. Will's not here to defend himself.
Right.
We could say unspeakable things about his character, his hygiene, Well, I mean, we could teach him a lesson to never ditch out on us again. Because remember, this is the internet. This is going to last forever.
Hey, hey, if that's your if if that's your vibrator going off, we may need. But you're like,
oh, baby.
But anyway, let's
Yeah,
get.
no, Phil, my ringtone is a didgeridoo. That's what you just heard. Was
Oh,
my phone's
didgeridoo,
version of the
Australia,
didgeridoo.
yeah, New Zealand, yeah, didgeridoo.
It is, and you know that you're not mistaking your phone for anybody else's ringtone. Oh God, really?
Play it. I want to hear it. Somebody's got to. Wow. That's killer.
Decline.
Killer. That's killer. I have a real cheap one that was still made by indigenous people, but and it's really meant for somebody that like the granddad that can really play it and like just essentially somehow blow a ton of air and control the thing. But it's designed such that anybody that wanted to try it could not do it. It would have to be from a guy that does it regularly. But anyway, that doesn't matter. But
Phil, I need you to talk. Mel called twice. I declined him twice, and that sometimes might mean that he's in my garage. No, so
gotcha.
I'll be RAT right back.
Okay, bring him in if you can. Cool. This is perfect because so we segued into we jumped in halfway, well, more than halfway in the show to the catch up section, shoot the shit. But prior to that, I started the Ann and Nancy, me analyzing their from a music standpoint. And it's really Ann's, and it started with Ann, and I got to Nancy, and then I took my break. But go back to Ann in her vocals and Wilson's vocals. Her phrasing rhythmically is incredible, and I explain phrasing is where they decide in Robert Plant, and she and then I started realizing because I listened to Little Zeppelin after a shit ton of heart, and she's a little bit in some instances she's picking up on Plant's what he's doing phrasing wise, and it simply means you come in on the 3, you start your vocal on that measure on the 3, 1 2 3 4, you start on the 3 and it goes to 2 or 4 of the next measure, and that's phrasing. And you can do that melodically or rhythmically. But I jump back right in. I'm repeating my my analysis of Ann, and then we're going and then do Nancy. But aside from that, like Mitch said, she's singing to the back of the house, so her voice is so powerful that it's really truly powerful that in a club they probably have the mic down to like 2 or 3, and then she's singing so loud and so powerfully that it fills the club, and you if you turn up any more, it's going to be an issue. And that's what Mitch meant by that. And then Nancy, and I'm going to finish Nancy as far as that analysis. Her harmonies with Ann, so they were sisters. They've probably been singing together since they were 8 years old, 10 years old. And so Nancy wonderfully accompanies Ann's vocals with the harmonies. And it's remarkable. It's fucking remarkable. You got to hear these records. Listen to Dog and Butterfly. Listen to Magazine. Listen to Dreamboat Annie. That's all. That's all. Or just pick one of them. Just start with the first one, Dreamboat Annie. Just start with it and listen to it. Listen to it. Start it. and really be listening. You know, you're not on your phone like checking texts and shit. You're really listening. You know, people. Let's face it. With these things in our hands, you have
Oh,
to.
look, just get some good headphones and listen to it right.
You have to. What I do on my cell with just the Bluetooth. I have a JBL. Oh, they're wonderful doggy. I have a JBL speaker on the porch, and you've probably seen it at some point in time in this whole adventure. And I have a little JBL speaker that sounds fucking killer. It was $110. Bought it like 7 years ago, and I set it on the table and play this stuff. But anyway, I just got earfuls. I segued from Nancy. I got away from Nancy again. Her harmonies with her sister and are incredible in any of those albums. Just start with Dream by Danny. But her acoustic. So Mitch will definitely appreciate this, and he already knows, and we've already kind of talked about it months ago. Her acoustic guitar playing. I said her acoustic guitar is amongst the best in the United States that has ever been, and it's a true. It's true. Her acoustic guitar abilities on all those records, and especially the early ones in the first four. She was as good as Mark Knopfler, you know, trying to do Appalachian shit on fucking acoustic, you know.
Girl.
Yeah.
No, I mean, and I'm getting this from everybody, other people, right? But once she found her way around the neck of the guitar, then any music is fair game, right? It could be swing, it could be, I don't know, cowboy music. Right?
Sure, I'm sure there was country.
It's like she was just interested in everything that you could do with a guitar.
Yeah,
and she was an integrator. She could take a country and western lick and bury it in, you know, some fancy harmonic bridging, and you go, why does that sound so comfortable? Why does that feel so good? It's because she's playing "I Wish You a Merry Christmas." You know,
right.
But when it works, right, and they totally took the music into their own laps, and you know, I remember one show where later where they were just, everybody was almost quiet at the end. They didn't erupt into they let the last note hang in the air before anybody even made a noise.
Yeah,
and then the place exploded in applause.
Right.
They really could get the audience and hold them in their hand. And of course, I just loved it. You said I'm working across country. I'm in Maine. I'm in, you know, and here's this band from Seattle that's making good, and they're in the news and stuff, right? They're in the window of the record store. Remember that, young people, that we used to have records.
Heart was big in the late 70s and in 80, 81. Heart was big in all the promos. You go to the record store, they would be as big as anybody being promoted, in stores.
They were fun. They were fresh. They were
fun.
A girl band that could keep up with, like you say, Led Zeppelin and all the other hair bands. And, you know, like one of my favorite, Wishbone Ash, you know, they both, I mean, if I could arrange a battle of the bands, like let's introduce Wishbone Ash to Heart and see what kind of party comes out of that.
Mitch, let's do this. This will be fun. We're thinking of a lineup with 3 bands, and it's Heart and Wishbone Ash, and then there's going to be a 3rd band. It won't answer immediately, but let's think about this. Like UFO from
Okay, I don't know them.
Michael Schenker and UFO. Like that would be That would be like a classic fucking lineup from the late '70s. Oh my god, I've seen I've seen two of the three. Hart and I'll talk about my experience in '81 when I saw him here in a bit. But yeah. Anyway, interesting experiment. But that sounds great. I saw Shanker with Pete about 6 months ago over in Orlando at the Universal Hard Rock. It was Michael Schenker band. He was the hook and the lead guy, the young early lead guy for the band UFO. And Bud took me to a UFO concert in Lakeland. We saw UFO, and it was fucking great. Oh my god! Michael Schenker was probably like 28 years old. It was like gosh, Bud taking me to shows. It had to have been no later than '77, because in '78 I was able to cut the umbilical and go on my own. Wow.
Take the fire axe and whack at it. Yeah.
I think I'm wearing myself out. You got to take a breather.
Yeah. You know, Phil, the problem here is we never have any fun around here. Everything's so damn serious all the time. I think we should complain to management. Do you have a form that I can fill out? I think we should complain to management. These conditions are just intolerable.
Hey, I almost made a mistake, Mitch. I had the bottle ready to pour a little sippy poo. I almost put it to my mouth.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, Phil, my dear friend Phil, don't you know by now you're supposed to use the curly straw? Use the curly straw. Then you can just put it between your legs. You're not going to worry about spilling it. Just spend the money at the Walmart and get the curly straws.
Put the bottle between your legs, and you got the curly straw going. It's hysterical. Oh,
do not get the reusable ones.
That is hysterical. Jesus. You're as good as Will, but well, let me take it back. They're just
dear God. Look, when Will is 70, you tell me how he's doing. Right? Then you can make I reject your comparison.
Well, that's amen.
However, given the right circumstances, see, I do not think you can create the same circumstances. He is a Florida guy. I'm a Northwest Washington guy.
Yeah.
I was shaped by rain, and you guys are baked by sun and tested by storms. Right?
Sun and heat.
I mean, that's it. Right.
Oh my God.
Hey, let's attack St. Augustine in July. That sounds like a great idea. It's like, really? You guys want that? Anybody would? I'm from the Northwest. We got trees and it's green. We have water.
Yeah.
And our mosquitoes are a quarter the size of yours.
Right. Hey, Mitch, before I forget, I had a quick little funny anecdote there from what you said. You said, hey, when you're Pete, or I'm sorry, Will, when you're 70, we'll see what you're doing. Guess what? You and I will not be seeing what Will's doing when he's 70. We'll be long fucking there.
Now, I personally know, I personally know that
go ahead.
For myself, that's true.
Yeah.
But Phil, you are the Phil, and you cannot kill a legend.
Wow, Mitch, that we have the utmost adoration for each other. There's no doubt.
Oh no, don't go there. I was trying to set you up for a punch, for crying out loud, and you just say thank you. Okay.
This is where Will pops back in.
Okay, look,
Things are-
never try to use a structural engineer's joke on a mechanical engineer. That's all there is to it. I tried, it didn't work. That's
right.
life.
Right. Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Well, the heart thingy, when you first mentioned it.
Yeah.
So there was, it was also 1975. Are you still interested in random heart stories?
Yes.
Well, they were doing a concert in Spokane,
Wow.
and John Atkinson was playing guitar for him at that time, and had been playing guitar for him for quite a while. But John wanted to get married and start a family, and that meant he needed a real job.
Right.
So he left the band. And it was the next year that they made good, that the band made good, right? But by then he'd left the band. Well, they were doing this concert in Spokane. It wasn't a concert, it was a show. I mean, it's like one of those, like, who knows? You get the Coliseum for one night, or you get some big room. And Spokane's got some great big, and big, concert hall type ballrooms that you could do a show in.
Sure.
Well, the girls stayed at John and Ruth's house.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know where the boys stayed. We don't care.
Right.
The only reason that we know that they stayed at John and Ruth's house is because my lifelong friend Terry Fitzgerald is married to Julie Fitzgerald, who's an Adkins before she became a Fitzgerald. She's, and John is the guitar player. And so, I mean, this family's known this band because their kid was in this band.
That's right.
So of course the girls are welcome to spend it. And hey, and Julie's off at college, so you can use her room,
Wow.
It was that kind of deal. They were starting off.
Yeah.
And I had, no clue until I talked to Terry. Well, I had some clue, because I talked to Terry, and he's like, oh yeah, that's when. And it was the same, two sisters and the brother who's the drummer. And, well, there's two brothers, and then.
But getting back to the people that were related to or associated with.
No, how did we get to Heart? Lisa.
He was guitar, I think, early guitar.
Lisa daughter was in at Western in Bellingham and had some knowledge, like not roommates, somebody. I mean, it was tenuous. I'm friend with your roommate, and that's how I met you. And then, we did some stuff together. And then the next thing you know, and that's how Lisa met the sisters. And
okay. So
and then that goes into, and then that actually goes back into why Terry was like, why, like, let's go up and see this band. Right? Yeah. It's like, oh, it's somebody Lisa knows.
It's somebody Lisa knows, which is a friend and
Terry's sister. Yeah, Terry's sister-in-law. Only this is before they were even married.
So Terry is Mitch's best friend from early days, and his sister knew Ann and Nancy, and probably went to school with them. And
everybody was in Bellingham. Everybody was at Western. Everybody was.
So Mitch, if I could, Bellingham compared to like Seattle proper, and then that I'll just say Seattle proper. Bellingham is north.
Oh, Bellingham is all the way up north on the I-5, just before you get to Canada line.
Wow. So they were that close to the border. No wonder Vancouver.
Oh, no. Like literally from the college, it was 35 minutes up to the border and another 35 minutes into downtown Vancouver.
Oh my gosh. So no wonder they would have. So
and they didn't care if you were 19, you could drink in the bar up there. Right?
Yeah.
They didn't care.
Then went to 19.
And if you were 18, and that's fine for crossing the border. The border didn't care what you were doing once you got to town, and most of the time the tavern didn't care what you were doing, as long as you weren't attracting negative attention and you still had money.
Right.
You could just go back and forth and and back then,
recognizing people.
We had the designated driver because everybody would go up there. And what they didn't realize, in Washington, beer was 3.2%. That's the strongest beer you could get.
3.2.
You go up there and you've got 6% beer.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, our guys would get hammered on 3 beers. And it's like, man, I drink half a case at home. It's like, you're not at home.
Say that last sentence again, please.
Well, these guys get so hammered, and then they'd say, "Man, I don't get it. I can drink half a case at home." It's like you're not at home. This is 6% beer. This is,
that's gold. That's so cool.
This is not 3.2.
That's so cool. And the story Mitch just told, we quickly, after we met each other on the cruise ship on the back deck, like I think it was the Monday, I think it was the first day, we're on the back deck, and it turns out we have smoking in common. So it's the bar on the 9th deck. It's the 9th floor level back deck, typical cruise ship. And it's the one bar that caters to people that smoke. So that's another reason. So Mitch, we would not have met if we both didn't smoke. It's highly unlikely.
Wow.
So smoking actually.
Oh, I'm not sure about that, Phil.
Which is a good thing.
I believe in kismet and karma. Right? I think it just might be your karma that I'm around to poke at you for a while.
So I'm going to share. I'm going to share something pretty close, and it involves Mitch. One of the reasons I I saw Mitch and I looked at him. He looked like my Uncle Phil, and my name is Phil, and my namesake is Uncle Phil, is Phil Boykin, my uncle, my mom's brother. And I look at this guy and I'm like, God, is that Uncle Phil, like reincarnated, like fucking like brought back to life? What the fuck is happening? And we did have that interchange with the, hey, they were there first, at the bar and letting people go if they were first. But then I'm like, you look like one of the first things I said, what might not have been the first thing, but one of the first things I said was, you look like my Uncle Phil. Yeah.
Yes, you did.
You look like him. You talk like him. Oh, our hair is all fucked up. It just gets.
I don't know. It's like
Kim.
Did you have the worried forehead? And I don't know. If I was on vacation, I'd like to think there was no worried forehead.
You go to the dermatologist and you go, hey, what's that?
Give me a cream, baby.
You go, what's that? And they go, those are just old spots. You're just getting old and these things happen. I'm like, well, good. You don't have to cut it off.
No doctor talk. Back to heart.
Yeah. And suffice it to say, Mitch and I, neither of us were sunning by the pool. There was no sunning by the pool for the 60 and 70-year-olds. We were happy with jeans, and you know, it might not be long sleeve shirt, but we were happy. You know, we were just happy. So it turns out, Mitch, I think this is all legal. I'm almost positive. Um, in Washington State, marijuana and THC, full on THC, the normal stuff, is totally legal in Washington, and man, it's certainly legal in Vancouver, Canada. I can tell you that. But so yeah, so it's so I wish
No,
in a
Phil.
perfect world I would grab that. In a perfect world, I would grab that and smoke it and give
No,
it back.
no, you can't say that. It's not totally legal. It's legal in your own home. It's legal to buy it. It's legal to pay tax on it. It's
Gotcha.
legal to transport it in your car if the seal's not broken.
But you can't DUI. Yeah, you
But-
can't DUI, right?
And on your own property, not making a problem.
Sure.
And then we're still, as a state, struggling for what limits to put on, how much can you test a person? How much can you have in your body? How much, and
That's complicated.
I am so retired.
So Mitch has been retired for like 10 years. So everybody, so you know. That's why he can do that and I cannot.
Phil, it is insensitive.
It's insensitive. It's insensitive that I can't do it.
I can't smoke tobacco in the house, and the laptop is not going out to the garage with me. We're using wifey's laptop, and
we're wrapping it up, dude. It's been an hour and 36 minutes.
And really, are there any people out there listening that you really that you like? Do you know any of these people? So you should probably end the torment. End the torment now. Just let them know we have nothing left to say, and we have no pearls of wisdom.
Pete will stay on and
buy low, sell high.
Yeah. Buy low, sell high. All right. This is the salutation, the adios, if you will. And then so Mitch, you're gonna hang up. I'm gonna take a short little voice break, and Pete's still on, and I'm gonna bring Pete up.
Hi, Pete.
Because Pete's jazzed about playing some shit. So we're gonna play guitar. You take a break and come back.
Oh, that's awesome! I can just basically leave, and I was right. Mel was out in the garage.
You got 15 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, so, awesome! Then I'll just check back in and see what you guys are up to. If you don't. Okay, so don't delete me from the audience. Okay.
I'll leave you.
Hey, Phil, thanks for the airtime.
Wow. Mitch always says thanks for the airtime when we're on the phone.
I don't know what just happened. There we go. I moved Kim's mouse and it freaked me out. No, I moved Kim's mouse and it freaked me out.
Sure. Cool.
Okay, now Phil.
Yeah. I love you, man. Take care.
No, look at the camera. Since you need to do this, I'm here because I love you.
I don't want to do something spastic where I look stupid.
Repeat after me. Remember to like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Remember to like and subscribe.
Right.
And anybody who's watching, you got to give Phil the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And it's just the algorithm. If you're gonna let Phil torment you for an hour with somebody like me, then you better hit like and subscribe, or you really are a masochist. There's got to be an upside to an hour you're never going to get back in your life. So hit like and subscribe and give Phil a thumbs up.
Wow.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. And we'll do 3, 2, 1, bye, and then you go, and I stay on. three,
I'm gone.
two,
I'm
one.
history.
Adios. Adios, muchachos. Mitch is out of there. I gotta go here. Come on stage. Yeah. Remove. That is removing Mitch from the stage. You go through a couple of keystrokes and it's very cool. I have to say, StreamYard, I've gotten better at it, but the editing thing is damn near impossible. Oh my god! You can clip for editing in the shows that were blocked. I don't like to look at myself in the full. There you go. I can only in the editing mode in StreamYard for videos that I had 3 blocked. If it's on the beginning and the end, it's super easy to snip off and you just republish it. But if it's in the middle, I haven't figured out how to do that. So I've had 3 episodes blocked. Pete, okay, Mitch is gone. Pete, I'll send you email. I'm going to send you a picture of what you have to type in for the stream address. Give me a second. Pete Martin here. Intro to Barracuda. Straight on rhythm. Look at this. This is Pete. This is my analysis breakdown with the guitar stuff. Thank you, Pete. Intro to Barracuda. Straight on rhythm. Intro lead to Magic Man and my favorite riff from the end solo. Well, that was succinct, but only he knows what all that meant. It involved a couple songs. That's all I gathered from that. But we're gonna patch Pete in. Pete's gonna come on and play live. Pete, give me a second. I'm gonna send you the link. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, Pete, I'm sending you the link. You gotta have to type this in, like in the search bar. I think you got that figured out. Perfect. Okay, I sent Pete the link. Show's over. This is the after hours, after show bit, and Pete's gonna either play guitar or he's gonna show that video that he did of Iron Maiden. It's fucking incredible, and I can play that as well. But cool. So he has that. There's gonna be some dead air time because I'm gonna go run and do a tinkle relief and then come back. So, but give me Pete, give me I need an additional minute or 2 after that. So give me like 3 minutes or so. It won't be longer than 3 minutes. Actually, I'm gonna start my stopwatch here on the phone. I'm gonna start the timer, and I'm gonna give myself 3 minutes, and I'll be back. So, Pete Martin Guitar entered the studio. He's in. But Pete, I see you, and it's perfect. How do I get him out of here completely? I didn't mind. But Pete, I have you. I have to take a quick break. So I have to take a quick break, but it needs to be longer than 30 seconds or 45 seconds. So get comfortable and warm up. And he's got, and the sound's going to be better this time. I'm pretty sure because Pete, the first time we did this, the sound with the amp versus the mic, there were issues and distances and timing and where his laptop was trying to pick up the audio and stuff. So I think he worked on that. So it's going to be really good. Kim, hang out if you can. An hour, try 2 and Pete, the answer is yes. I'm going to bring you on. And Kim said an hour, try 2 hours. And we're talking minutes, people. So, hey, Pete, I'm gonna. Oh, this is cool. I'm gonna bring him in so he can just start fucking doing his shit, man. Why not? I'm just gonna bring you in, and then I have to go take the break. And at least people have something to hear and to go by. There you go, Peter Martin.
I'm on.
You're on.
All
You're
right.
on.
Well, hello, everybody, whoever's on there. Thanks, Phil, for having me on. And, you know,
One of my best friends. Go ahead.
so I did, I've got my foot on my flanger pedal because it's not working unless I keep my foot on it. But anyway,
Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Nice.
now I don't know if you saw that, but that was a slide.
I saw those. You picked.
And
the
I never
slide.
picked that detail up before.
You did
You know,
the
what-
slide. You set it down. I saw
You know, what's interesting about Heart is they have Nancy on acoustic guitar, at least in the early days. Nancy is on acoustic guitar. They have
Yeah.
two guys who play rhythm and lead. The guy on the Strat plays most of the lead. And then they have a bass and drums. They don't have keyboards.
There's no.
Okay. And
There's
you
some-
hear a lot of effects. And like one of the songs, they're using a slide with a delay.
Yeah.
And it's they getting the production is incredible.
Oh my
The
God.
guitar player is incredible. Now I heard an interview with Nancy Wilson. I heard an interview with Nancy Wilson, and she said that she didn't know those leads, but at one point they left and she learned them.
Yeah.
So but her, you're right about her acoustic rhythm guitar playing and just acoustic playing in general. I've the intro to Crazy on You, it's an acoustic guitar, and in live she goes on, and she goes, and like Mitch was saying, well, she can play any style. Yeah, you can hear her when she's improvising and extending from what's on the album, that acoustic guitar intro to Crazy on You.
Yeah.
She goes into swing. You can hear rockabilly, and then the end is like a classical. I've never taken the time to learn that, to be quite honest, and then it goes into this, and then she's doing this incredible fast strumming and percussive tinny strumming on her acoustic, along with the electric, which really adds to the whole thing, and that she does that on a lot of songs.
Yeah. Crazy on You. Crazy on You. Hey, Pete. So, hey, Pete, hold on for a second.
So how is the sound on your end?
That's what I was going to say. I need a little more brightness. We can hear it, but the mic isn't picking up the brightness of the treble and brightness of it.
Okay.
I understand the guitar part is a lot of rhythm and chunky rhythm.
Well, the flanger tends to have a bassy sound to it, and
the flanger sounds great,
but anyway,
I think it might.
Change the thing. So I did Barracuda. I wasn't planning on doing Crazy on You, but I have a little intro. But you were going to take a break and come back, right?
So do the Crazy on You again, and I'm gonna take a quick. Dude, it sounded fucking excellent. Man. Sunday, Pete. We're gonna play this.
Yeah, I'll try to put a little more treble on this for that, but
that's all. That's all.
Let me see. I'm over at my amp over here. There, treble. So this has an effect. You hear that weir in the background. Maybe you can hear it, maybe you can't. That's the flanger, which is an effect they use it on the song. Gives it kind of that unique sound. But anyway, and then the words come in, and it does some other stuff. But the other thing that's cool about this little thing I was doing there, they do it at the end of the song, and they have two guitars, and they do something a little different because the riff goes like this. The rhythm part goes like this. Oh, excuse me. But at the very end of the song, one guitar hits this, and the other one hits the same chord, and then so it's a question answer thing. It's good, but if I try to do it on the same instrument, it goes like this. So that was always hard for me to understand because there's two hits on the E chord, two on the F sharp, but there's only one on the G because the G and the A chords are closer together. So the first guitar hits the G and the second one hits the last note, the A, with an up strum. Anyways, that's kind of interesting little detail. But another song that I got to play when I was in junior high. I had a band called Command Performance, and then we invited a female singer in because we want to do all these. We want to play Rush and Journey and Yes and Heart and Pat Benatar, and we found a female singer who could do all that stuff. Shelly O'Donnell. She has a band with her husband called the Ozone Band. I think they still gig here and there in Titusville and Cocoa, Melbourne, but the Ozone Band. They do a lot of rock and country these days, but Shelly was all rock then, and Heart was one of her favorite bands. Heart and Pat Benatar and Chrissy Hines, the Pretenders, and we did all that stuff, as well as Journey and Rush and Led Zeppelin and blah blah blah. But the two songs I remember doing with Shelly were that one, Barracuda, and a song called Straight On. Which starts with the bass, and then it's kind of a funky song. There's like something like that. The bass is diddling around. Then it goes. The vocals come in really loud, really high. Quite some time, and then it's kind of like a Motown funk thing. Let me see if I can get this go without distortion. But I like the chorus because it goes to the chorus on this B minor chord. It goes, oh, straight. Anyway, so that's B minor and a D suspended second. Anyway, I remember playing that song, and we did Barracuda. We did rock and roll, and so the Zeppelin references. An interesting on that intro, I was thinking of Zeppelin with that slide because, and where did I put my slide? Anyway, there it is. Fell on the floor. All righty then. Okay, so A Whole Lot of Love, see this Barracuda thing, there's this little slide thing. It's doing strings 2, 3, and 4 starting on the 10th fret, which is like a G chord. And it goes back in the doom, 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 doom. But if you listen to A Whole Lot of Love by Zeppelin, they do this. And so, but at certain points it goes. And he takes a slide and he does that, but he's doing it from the 12th fret instead of the 10th. And he's doing it on the lower 4 strings.
Wow.
And later in the song, it goes.
Do that again.
So what I'm showing them is how that slide part at the beginning of Barracuda that I just picked up on today
relates to
A Whole Lot of Love. Well, that's the lower 4 strings from the 12th fret, and on Barracuda, it's the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th string from the 10th fret.
Wow! Yeah, they were so into it. They're like, "How can we sound like this?" And they're like, "We got to change it some. You can't do the same."
I mean, listen, Heart sounds totally different from Led Zeppelin.
They do.
but you can hear the influence. And the
Yeah.
other thing I liked about their live version of
Oh my God.
the live version of rock and roll is, because Zeppelin does this when he's doing the solo, right? Or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But on their live album, Heart does this, which I thought was cool, which is a bugle call. It's reveille, I think, with the harmonics. The bugle has no valves, so it's all the harmonic series based on the tension of your lips in that mouthpiece, and these are natural harmonics. So you notice how the harmonic series.
The music theory part of the after
And I couldn't do this up to speed until recently because it's so fast. You have to hold the pick really loose, but still have really good control. That's not good. And you only have that one chance live to nail that lick. You know what I mean? You know, you can't play it 10 times in a row and take the best take. Anyway,
right. It's beautiful. And of course,
so I want to play just the opening lead riff to Magic Man. Now,
oh my God.
And on the album,
I heard it today. On the way home from work.
On the album, this is, I don't know the names of the guitar players. I'm so sad to say. And I said, I'm going to look it up. At least I looked up and I did clarify because I thought it was, you always hear Ann and Nancy Wilson being a guitar player. I'm thinking the first person is the guitar player, which really doesn't make sense. But yeah, right. Ann is the vocalist, right?
Vocalist, yeah.
And Nancy is the lead guitar player. So at least I got that straight before I started. Unlike our friend Mitch, who mixed it up. But anyway.
We listen.
But the funny thing is, I thought Will's name was Mitch. When I first met Will, I kept calling him Mitch. But anyway.
Yeah.
But so I had this guitar student years ago, and I can't remember the young lad's name or his dad's name. But his dad told me several times. I used to play drums. I was in an original band in the Seattle, Washington area. And we used to play concerts and Heart would open up for us. And that was around the same time, 74, 75.
Oh my gosh.
I wish I could remember that guy's name. I remember what he looked like. And I wish I could remember his student's name, but that was like, I taught that student almost 25, 30 years ago. But this guy knew them well. He was the band. They played before him, but just similar to, like I said, my cousin's band opened up for the Red Hot Chili Peppers opened up for my cousin's band, and a year later they were a worldwide phenomenon on MTV. So anyway, whatever. Okay, so this.
That's awesome.
Awesome. A lot of what's happening with this lead guitar is tonal issues. So, but the Magic Man is very mid-rangey. It's got the treble rolled off, and it's got really fuzzy distortion.
Yeah.
Let's see. So let me remember how it goes. Oh, dang that.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting a hold of I'm messing it up. Let me think.
There you go. Take your time.
And he's doing that with vibrato without a whammy bar. He's not using a whammy bar. He's going. So try it one more time, a little closer up, and you see what I'm doing, and maybe I can play it a little better. But
Oh my gosh, that was so cool. Pete,
Thank
that was
you.
the highlight of my music day. Oh my
So
god.
later in that song, they've got the flanger back on, and they're using some weird instrument. This kind of looks like a small guitar, but you can get the same sound on a regular guitar using the natural harmonics, and it does stuff like this. I didn't relearn this note for note, but it does stuff like this. Right.
Yeah.
That's natural harmonics with the. Well, I don't. My flanger wasn't really on, wasn't working right, but.
Wow.
Then there's two guitars. This stuff is really well produced. So there's two guitars. Okay,
Yeah.
so think about the blues influence. Here's a blues riff, right?
Tell us, Pete.
Right?
Right.
Now,
right.
Now here's how they make it rock and roll. And they have two guitars. So one hits one note, it goes boom, and the other one goes chicka-doom, like this. So one guitar goes like this.
Oh wow.
Right? And the other one goes, so the first guitar goes doom, boom, boom, boom. Right? That's what it is. So if I play it on one instrument, it sounds like this, you know.
Yeah. It's the part.
And then, you know, then Ann does that freaking thing with her voice that comes right in there. It's so well produced.
It is.
They had an incredible producer on that on these records. I mean, but then they recreate it live and like I said, so Nancy didn't play those lead parts.
Right.
One of the two hired gun lead guitar players played those parts.
Yeah.
But she learned how to play them later in life.
Yeah.
You know,
she did. Because she
And I don't know if you got a chance to watch that Eddie Van Halen.
most of this. Yeah.
Did you get a chance to watch the clip to Eddie Van Halen that I sent you that was Ann did?
No, that's what I'm going to see when this is over, and I can go back out of the park.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I sent it to you close to showtime, so I expected you probably wouldn't see it. But
Yeah.
on there, she tells this story about Eddie Van Halen, and that he gave her an acoustic guitar. No, she gave him an acoustic guitar.
Right. That sounds right. And Eddie would
but I don't want to ruin the story, but the story's really cool. The story's really cool.
Oh wow.
And then she plays a song that she wrote, and you can hear a lot of things. She plays a song that she wrote. It's not very long. It's a 2 to 5 minute video tribute from Ann Wilson to Eddie after he died.
Wow.
It's a really cool story, and you can really see her abilities on that on the acoustic. But I don't remember. It was long. It was a year or so ago that I saw the interview with her where she talked about she learned how to play those lead parts. And
all stuff that I've never. What you just told me is all things that I have not heard to this moment, and I love that history, and I really love it when Eddie gets drawn in because everybody wanted to hang with him and play with him. Everybody wanted to. Any serious musician, the Hart sisters included, and Nancy.
Okay.
Nancy would like, I got it.
Well, here's the thing. How many times in her career do you think, especially early on, that she heard the words, "You play guitar really well for a woman"? Anyway, so watch the video. 100%. All right, it's good. He had a lot of respect for her. So,
yeah, he did.
Now there's one other lick in Magic Man, and I did Magic Man with the Tiffany Martin band that Lou Angelito and Tom Adulius
Yeah.
And Tony from the Panama band. Tony, a great keyboard player.
Yeah.
And
I know all these people, and I've seen them play, and I auditioned. Tony
he
did an audition.
anyway, we did some really cool stuff there with Tiffany Martin. We did Journey. We did some hard songs.
Yeah.
But at that point, I spent countless hours trying to learn every single riff to Magic Man and play it as the only guitar player in the band. But it didn't come off that great live. And there's one riff that my favorite riff, I couldn't get it. No, I probably spent 2 hours trying to learn this one riff. I couldn't get it. I think I might have it, maybe, or at least pretty damn close.
Wow.
That I listened to it this afternoon. So it goes like this. I'll do it slow.
This is gonna be fucking fantastic.
Right? So I'll say.
The break.
Ah, dang that.
The break. God.
That's slow, but it's a lot faster than that, right?
Yeah, the end section. Is it
right? Yeah, well, there's that sitting, but a lot of they're doing all that stuff on guitar, and it's all about tone, because at one point they go to like a clean tone with a flanger.
They were total freaks. Yeah.
I don't know,
Wow.
Anyway, I didn't learn all those licks over again, but there's lots of cool stuff in there, and this is production, because it's like, okay, we're going to do this, then we're going to do that. It's very well orchestrated. You were talking about phrasing.
Right.
And by the way, your typical phrase is 16 bars.
Right.
Anyway, so I talked a lot. I had a lot I wanted to say, and thanks for letting me get it out. So, I'll let you have some follow-up questions and comments if you want.
Basically, Pete, I'm toast, and I'll look at the comments real quick, and if there's any questions, we'll address. But otherwise, I'm ready to unplug, dude. I've been doing this since 7 o'clock for like 2 hours.
Well, I sat here with my foot sitting on the flanger for about an hour waiting, and then I finally gave up, because my flanger, for some reason, I push it and it doesn't stay on flange. I got to keep my foot on the pedal, and I was like, afraid it's going to make all kinds of noise. I was having technical difficulties with the flanger. Not before the show started. The technical difficulties with the flanger started the instant the show started.
Right.
So then I'm like, man. Anyway, so at least we didn't have too much.
Jorge's on. Jorge, I don't even know what the fucking time it is, because this has been going on since 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't know either. That's the thing, is that my phone does not display the time when I'm online like this. So
yeah. So Pete, give me a second. Give me a second. So Jorge is on. If he's still on, he was on at 8.
The broadcast has been on for 2 hours and 8 minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Jorge's on. He was on at 8:57, and it's 9:12. So he might still be on. Jorge, thanks for joining late. This is Guitar Pete Martin. Pete, I would suggest you pick something that you want to do, and then when we, for a minute or two, guitar wise, and then we'll probably fade out and sign off for the night. The episode ended, Jorge. The episode ended like an hour ago or 40 minutes ago, and this is the hangout session afterwards.
I think I heard you say something about you bring me on at the end of the show for for copyright reasons or something like that. But anyway, and I get it. But I thought it would have been cool about half an hour, 45 minutes into the show, into the heart, put in the middle of the heart discussion. But I get why you didn't do that. So anyway,
I'm still learning.
So that's just the flanger, and I got my foot on it so that it stays in flange mode. Hopefully, that's without distortion, but they have distortion too.
Distortion bastards. They're wonderful.
And now the flanger's not working. Yeah, the flanger's not working. Let's try it. I always wanted to come on. Yeah, the thing about that is that when I was in junior high and learning this, and we're in rehearsal, it was like, when do I hit that C chord? I couldn't figure it out, and the drummer's hitting the snare at a weird time, or maybe not. I don't know, but a weird time in relation to my strumming. It's what it ends up being is once the singing starts, it's the fifth snare drum tap is when I hit the C chord. You know.
Wow.
Tap, tap.
So Pete, I was gonna say, there's Sunday, and I think you're coming over, and we're gonna play at the house with a relatively small group of people. Jorge, you're invited. And we're gonna.
Do you have a bass player?
I don't have a signed on bass player yet. Because I don't like to bug Sam in the middle of the thing.
I'll ask Mark Spear. He lives near you. If he's willing to come over for a couple hours to jam.
If you know a guy, dude, that would be really.
Well, Mark was. If you've seen videos of Faster Than Light, and you see a guy who looks kind of like a gray-haired surfer dude.
Hey, that's me.
That's Mark Spear, and he plays guitar and bass really well. And, you know, he knows a lot of the bass songs.
If he comes, tell him it'll be.
I also have a student who's doing really well, and I'd love to have the student over, but I don't know if that's the right environment.
Right. It would not be. So, yeah. Not out of control, but
so I won't invite him.
Bunch of adults. Yeah.
There's also another guy I met recently named Scott Reimer, I think, Scott Reimer, and he plays. He's more of a guitar player, and he's more of a lead player, but he can play some bass. So
sure. So Pete, at this point, unless Sam shoots out of a cannon and says he can make it Sunday, I'm gonna need your help on that. And just tell him it's gonna be a nice little affair, low key, fun. And they'll get fed, and if they drink, they can have anything to drink they want.
Yeah, I can probably get this guy Scott to come over, but you know he doesn't, you know, and he's a really good lead guitar player, but he hasn't played songs with bands in years. And I started jamming with him at Randy's Friday Night Jam, so I've had a couple jams with him.
But I went to one of those Randy jams. I think I saw you guys do it. I think I went to one.
I put two of them on YouTube.
Gotcha.
I don't know if you were. I don't think you've ever been over to Randy's house, but I could be wrong.
No,
I don't remember.
I'm conflating the tribute concert, and it was the one where the one drummer for somebody like started coding, you know, like had like heart palpitations of one of the drummers. It was the outdoor thing. Somebody had passed away. I take that back. We went to
up at
where was that?
Up on North Merritt Island.
Yeah.
The keyboard player.
Yes. Yeah.
the
That
guy
was-
from the Out of Sight band,
That
the
was a
blind keyboardist who had the band called the Out of Sight Band.
wow. But what the cool
Rob.
the cool factor in that crowd was the drummer or the original drummer for the Groove Monsters was hanging
Yeah,
out.
Bill Hoffman. That's the only time I've gotten a chance to play with him. Even when I jammed with the Groove Monsters, Bill would go take a break when the jammers set in. He would study for his nursing exam he was studying for at the time.
Wow. That daytime party. That
But he
was
bought me my first mixed drink in a bar. I was at the Thirsty Turtle. I was 14, and Bill Hoffman. My sister was friends with all them. And my sister's best friend was Dave Feaster's live-in girlfriend, and who he later married, Missy.
so people that aren't on or on or not on. And Kim may be hanging out. Dave Feaster was the mastermind behind the Groove Monsters, but the band was just insane. Playing in it's like 81 in Cocoa
Well,
Beach.
Bill Hoffman, Austin Pettit, and Dave Feaster, who were all in the Groove Monsters,
Yeah.
they played in the Henry Paul Band, which
Yeah,
had 3 albums out in the 80s,
that's right.
and they opened up for the Rolling Stones in the
Yeah.
Tangerine Bowl in Orlando.
So I saw that same show. Henry Paul was one of the early ones
Yep.
in 3 o'clock or so, and it was Stones. I
And
saw
three of the 5 guys from the Groove Monsters were in that lineup of the Henry Paul that day.
that
Dave
makes
Feaster on lead and slide guitar, and Austin Pettit on rhythm and lead guitar, and Bill Hoffman on the drums. And they had 2 drummers in that band too, though.
Bill Hoffman and Austin were great, but Dave Feaster, people, if you ever saw him live play, oh my goodness, in a bar, that son of a bitch,
Yep.
he would just light your socks. And so Pete, so picture, them, and it's all blues based, there's like a lot of upbeat blues. That was just my favorite. But when they drop down to like the real, just like slower blues, Feaster, man,
He could play a badass harmonica too.
wow, I
He's a
know.
great singer.
I saw him play harmonica. Now that you mention it,
And he would look you straight in the eye the whole time he's playing. He would scan the whole audience. He'd pick at one point or time, and at one point or another in the evening, he would stare directly into the eyes while soloing
yeah,
with every member of the audience.
he would do
He's
that.
he's a fantastic live performer, and he
He
glued the whole band together. Because
He
I
would.
saw them one time. The last time I saw them play as a band, I think, was at Kiwanis Island. I think it was the last time I saw them play as a band. And they got up without Dave, and they played for 45 minutes without Dave. And I'm like, wow, well, this sounds good, but yeah. And I'm like, I'm wanting to hear the Groove Monsters, and I'm thinking I'm hearing them. Dave gets on stage, and I just turned my amp off, but he gets on stage, and the band's playing a song. He gets on there, and he starts doing this.
It's very low. It's extremely low.
Okay, so I'm not plugged in, but so I'll plug it back in.
Well, that was great. That was great with him with his guitar.
But
And
the thing is,
plugged in.
can't
hear shit.
hang on. So the band's playing. They've already played like for 45 minutes without him, and he gets up while they're playing. He does this. He goes, and he doesn't say anything to anybody, but he goes,
Of course. He does that look, side to side look.
and then the whole band comes together and starts grooving because his command
Sure.
and his direction, like his notes are the conductor's baton, right?
Yeah.
And he glues the whole band together, and then it's like, holy crap, we just went from 90% to 120%.
Yeah.
Now we're listening to the Groove Monsters.
Yeah.
Monsters.
Uh,
Dave was the undisputed leader of that band, and
definitely.
he made that band happen. As great as the other guys were without him, before, during, and after,
Yeah.
he really was the shit.
Dave
That's my take on it.
Dave was the shit. There's no doubt about it. His leads were on the level of, if you were in New Orleans and went to a club and like at like 5 in the afternoon or 7 in the evening, and you blues band like power power blues in your face, like loud.
I went over to his house one time.
Dave could do any of that shit.
I went over to his house one time about 3 or 4 years before he died.
Oh my gosh.
And I had a one-on-one conversation with him about a lot of different things.
Music.
Yeah, a lot of different things. But and music and performing and the occupational hazard of alcohol and stuff like that. But anyway, he
partial to substances. The group, Dave and
anyway.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
What was I going to say? Because I was bringing this up because I was going to say something he said. Now I can't remember it.
But you were there. That's what matters, really. Wow. That's cool as crap. You got to have a one-on-one, and I'm sure you said, "Hey."
Well, I had several one-on-ones over the years. I remember one time I was in Smith Brothers Music, and he's in there playing, and he played this riff, and I'm like, "Wow, man, that really sounds totally professional." And he's like, "Well, I am professional." Oh, and now I know what I was going to say.
Gotcha.
He did a lot of studio work at Criterion Studios in Miami, especially when he was with the Henry Paul Band.
Wow.
They recorded 3 albums down there.
That's where they recorded.
But he was on like 50 or 100 different records by all kinds of famous people.
He was sessioning at that point. It makes
sense.
Yeah.
He was that good a lead guitar player.
Yeah, when you're 25.
Part of the deal with being with the Henry Paul Band, is that they featured him. Just like, like when an up and coming lead player's coming up, they'll put him on a bunch of different albums. The record companies do that.
Wow.
And so he
from the band. Yeah. Wow.
So he got royalties from not just the Henry Paul Band.
Yeah.
He was a national lead guitar talent.
He was
an exceptional slide player also.
He was
a lot of his session work was slide work.
So Pete, give me a second here. Let me talk. He was, and he did all those things in the slide. When you saw Dave Feaster on stage locally, I got to see one time at the Port, the original place of Groove Monsters. The original place was
Thirsty Turtle.
No.
That's going. You
at the Port.
Okay. They were
and then
tight shoes. They were tight shoes. Then they were the Florida Butt Rockers. then they were the Groove Monsters. Right. Then they were the legendary Groove Monsters. Then they were the legendary Groove Monsters with Dave Feaster. You came in when they were the legendary Groove Monsters. I started watching them in 77, 78.
So I saw them before what you said, but certainly after when you saw them. Yeah. It was I can't remember the name of the place. Dr. Bill's, Mr. Bill's at the Port is when I first saw them. John Van Meter took me. And
that was one of their long-term house gigs was Mr. Bill's. But they had several other long-term house band gigs before that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't doubt you saw him before I did. I'm not doubting that. Pete, this has
I
been
think
great.
I saw them the first time in the summer of 1977. It might have been 78.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I was in junior high school. I was in like 7th or 8th grade.
And Pete and I are relatively close in age. Oh my gosh. Wow.
And they were doing gigs there at Thirsty Turtle in between their concerts with the Henry Paul Band. I brought my album. I brought my album in there and had them all sign it
Oh my gosh.
into the Thirsty Turtle. They signed it in the Thirsty Turtle. Well,
Oh my gosh. So folks that you don't know, and most people don't know, that the Thirsty Turtle is where Coconuts is. It was originally called the Thirsty Turtle. It doesn't look anything like it really did back then.
yeah,
Back-
they totally redid it.
it
They
was
might even tore the whole thing down. I don't think they tore it down. I think they remodeled it. But you know, they might as well have tore it down and built it from scratch. That's how different it is.
they tore it down and created that thing that's there now, Coconuts. But Thirsty Turtle, and it was a biker bar hangout as well. And it was kind of one of the Cocoa Beach biker bars.
When they were playing there, when they were with the Henry Paul Band, they had, like, I saw them one time play as the Groove Monsters with the other guitar player from the Henry Paul Band. And I also saw him play there with 2 or 3 incredible keyboard players who were session keyboard players from Miami.
Yeah.
And that's before Steve Miller came in with them with the Hammond B3.
Before Steve Miller, this Groove Monsters before Steve Miller, the keyboard player who played Hammond, that was a full-on Hammond B3 with the one Leslie speaker. Yeah.
And then for about 5 years, our friend Ron Texera, and you interviewed his drummer partner, but Ron Texera played keyboards for the Groove Monsters for about 5 years also.
Yeah. Wow.
And he's the one who recorded that album with Pat Martino, which never got released. I really would love to hear that.
Wow. Peter,
anyway, I'm keeping you up past your bedtime. Sorry.
A little bit past bedtime.
See, when you were still at work, I was sleeping. I didn't want to, but I slept for about 3 hours this afternoon. And at 6 o'clock, I'm like, I need to go to Wawa and get me a cup of coffee because I'm still tired as crap, and I need to get up for this thing with Phil. But I'm like, I don't have time because I got to review those 3 Heart songs. So I came home and I reviewed the 3 Heart songs from 6 to 7, and here we are.
Wow. Marathon session. And I always do the thing. I think it works. The one problem with extending it and saying the show's over and we're keep talking. The one problem is right now it's 2 hours and 28 minutes.
Yeah.
People would see that like check the podcast out. And if they saw 2 hours and 28 minutes, they would go, I don't have near that amount of fucking time. And they
I hear you. At the same time, maybe we can. I don't know. Maybe we can cut it up and edit it up into shorts or something. Are you recording this, right?
Oh, the whole thing.
And people can watch it later. That's the thing too, is they can.
And they do. Most
and I can tell my students, go to this section. You can even put
Yeah. It's
in the comments section. You can put markers, at least on YouTube.
Yeah.
You put timestamp markers in there. So if I'm able to make a comment on your YouTube, and I could make a marker when I came on, and I could tell my students, I say, you want to see an interview with me?
Yeah.
You do that.
Yeah.
And then maybe they don't watch your podcast from the beginning, or maybe they do, but but maybe they still watch 15, 20 minutes of it at the end.
Or you mark it for your part and if they can do that and just see that would be best. Because
But what I haven't done is share it to my
Nick
channel.
is partaking, and I'm drinking wine. Yeah, I think I lost him. I lost Mr. Pete. This is the best way to end it. It's time to end it, Pete. Like, he didn't mean to bail, but it's time to bail. Thank you, people. Kim, if you're still on, whoever the fuck is on, whoever's on, Jorge, anybody, I got 3 people. Whoever the 3 people are, thank you very much. Really, it's been a long night. Very cool with Pete at the end and the heart show. So I'll leave you with that. And love Hart. I wouldn't see him later days. I had no desire to go back and see him. There's a big thing with that. People got, people my age or whatever. Oh, we're going to go see Hart. Well, fuck, you weren't there in 1981 in Lakeland against the stage in front of Nancy playing. So I have no desire to see those people again because I saw them at their fucking, when they came out and when they were doing it, doing it for real. I have no desire to see any old artist. There are exceptions in the musical vein. King Crimson, for instance, a version came, and that I'll go see because I hadn't seen some of those players. But I have no desire to see somebody that came from the 80s and the 90s that everybody thinks is great now. I saw them then, and that's my story. I'm sick and dead. But anyway, it was wonderful. I'm not going to be able to talk to you stuff. I just got to find my cursor so I can end this. Sometimes the cursor gets, it's over there. I got 2 screens. Can't even end it. Occasionally the cursor will not cross the 2 screens. I don't know what causes that. All right, I'm still turned up. I'm just gonna close this and end it.